session sur Forgotten City, qui est donc à 25€, dispo sur PC et sur console. C'est un mode de Skyrim, et qui est devenu un standalone, où on va du coup essayer de résoudre finalement une petite enquête, puisqu'on doit sauver une ville qui est dans une boucle temporelle. Et à la fin de cette boucle, à chaque fois, bah, ça se passe mal, hein, la ville... Ça se termine mal, vous allez voir ça de toute façon en détail. On va commencer de zéro. J'avais fait une petite découverte sur le jeu, à sa sortie. Et puis je me suis dit que finalement on ferait sans doute une session spéciale comme ça, là, qui finirait aussi sur YouTube. Maintenant qu'on a un peu appréhendé quel était le style de jeu et tout. Et j'avais pas mal accroché. Dans l'idée c'est sympa. Comme je disais, les boucles temporelles c'est à la mode en ce moment. Et si vous prenez le jeu sur PC, n'hésitez pas à passer par mon code créateur Morrigan sur Epic. Qui bien sûr soutient la chaîne, merci à ceux qui le font. Ça fait plaisir. Et du coup, nouvelle partie. Oui, en plus, j'avais un truc comme quoi je pouvais pas spoiler à la sortie et tout. Donc j'avais dit que je referais, en fait, voilà. Tout à fait. 3 personnes sur 4 années ont créé ce jeu. On vous dit.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Alors. Moi je vais prendre lui. On va rejouer 4 balles, hein. Tac. C'est plus comme ça que je fais mes persos normalement. Hop. Toujours les mêmes persos, attention. Le nom elle existe déjà, je vais choisir un nom unique. Pas de soucis, on va lui mettre 2A. Parce que oui, c'était ma première partie du coup. Et donc ouais, j'avais en fait ce que je trouve tout à fait logique pour un jeu comme ça avec de la narration. En fait, j'avais le droit de streamer le jeu, ça y a pas de soucis, mais je pouvais pas. Je crois que je l'avais en avance, je l'avais streamé en avance, mais je pouvais pas du coup révéler trop de l'histoire. Du coup, c'est pour ça que je m'étais dit qu'on referait une session par la suite en laissant un petit peu de temps. Et voilà. Le temps que les gens découvrent le jeu.
What's the last thing you remember?
Alors voilà, là ça donne des trucs. Donc archéologue des années antiques de l'histoire vous donne occasionnellement des perspectives sur le monde antique. Soldat, vous avez une arme à feu militaire mais seulement 10 balles. Vous allez devoir l'utiliser à bon escient car vous ne pourrez pas en obtenir d'autres. En fuite, grâce au temps passé à fuir les autorités, vous êtes rapide et allez 25% plus vite lorsque vous courez. Amnésique, votre récent traumatisme crânien a augmenté votre seuil de tolérance à la douleur, vous rendant 50% plus difficile à vaincre. Moi je vais prendre archéologue du coup.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll
Tout à fait.
definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped, or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
What am I,
an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al?
Al?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before
Par
you did.
exemple?
I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
Et du coup, yes, Scotty, ça aide quand même. Genre, en fait, quand tu mets un code créateur, même si c'est sur un jeu gratuit, ce qui se passe, c'est si jamais dans les 2 semaines qui suivent, tu fais un achat sur la boutique, comme ça te prend, hop, tiens, tu veux prendre un DLC, un truc comme ça, et ben ça compte le code créateur que tu avais mis avant. Donc en vrai, et je pense que dans les statistiques, ça doit aussi compter, même si voilà, ça n'apporte rien financièrement, mais je pense que ça doit compter en termes de. Ça a été cliqué, quoi. Tu vois.
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Oh,
Le
there's
Tibre.
not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Là, c'était des petits moments drôles.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Et voilà. Et donc, effectivement, pour ceux qui connaîtraient absolument pas ce qui se passe sur les réseaux sociaux, il n'y a pas de mal. Hein. Mais effectivement, Karen est associée à un certain type de personnes qui râlent beaucoup et qui souvent demandent le manager en mode mais quoi? Mais c'est n'importe quoi. Amenez-moi le directeur.
Yeah, something like that.
Le prénom a pris cher.
But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al.
Idée fixe là sur Al. Hein.
Great.
Allons-y.
So you're ready to go look for Al?
Yes.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
Eh bien merci. Du coup j'ai décidé de jouer clavier-souris finalement, puisqu'on va avoir beaucoup d'interactions de texte. Hein. Hop. En termes de qualité, je suis en... Parce que je pense qu'on va me le demander. Épique. Vous le voyez ici. Et je joue avec un Ryzen 7 2700 et une 1070. De toute façon, étant un mode de Skyrim, c'est pas non plus le jeu le plus exigeant de la Terre. Parce que Skyrim a quand même 10 ans. Ça ne rajeunit pas. C'est beau. Salut druide. Relint. Hop.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
Ok, druide. J'espère que ça va du coup. Vous qui souhaitez entrer dans la cité avancée et soyez jugés, les vertueux seront récompensés par la vie éternelle au paradis. Les mauvais seront couverts d'or, mais en vain, car ce sera leur dernière demeure. Bah go, hein. Allez, salut. Oh, vous avez vu, on peut rester dessus, en fait. C'est comme j'ai tempo. Je voulais aller voir ce qu'il y avait de l'autre côté, j'en ai profité. C'est marrant, je trouve le jeu plus beau que la première fois qu'on l'a lancé. Alors il y a eu des mises à jour, hein, donc peut-être qu'il y a eu des optimisations. Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez pour ceux qui étaient là. C'était il y a combien de temps? 3 semaines? Je vois, Druid, bah je te souhaite bon courage par avance, hein, comme toujours. Tu sais que tu peux venir te changer les idées ici. Fréquemment. La collectivité souffrira par les péchés de l'individu. Alors je me dirais pour l'instant, l'histoire va se révéler assez rapidement au niveau de qu'est-ce qui se passe exactement. Ah bah ça fait plaisir, hein, Maxwell. Écoute. Parfait alors. Ça se trouve, à dire en fait, elle est pas pareille que sur YouTube. Non, normalement c'est la même personne. Tout va bien. Bienvenue, bienvenue. Ah, attendez, il y avait un truc à prendre. Si déjà j'ouvre le jeu. Ah,
I'm
vas-y.
sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
C'est bien doublé, hein? En tout cas, elle est vachement bien doublée, je trouve. Je redis pour ceux qui sont en cours de route sur le live, ça a été fait par 3 personnes sur un intervalle de 4 ans. Et c'est donc un mode de Skyrim. Je trouve ça fou ce qu'on peut faire avec les modes de toute façon. Il y a tellement des... On a plein d'exemples hein, de jeux qui étaient des modes et qui sont devenus des jeux à part entière. Mais c'est toujours fou ce qu'on peut faire, c'est cool. Bah c'est parti hein, Sliders. Vous connaissez Sliders? C'est la même musique, non? Les mondes parallèles. Peut-être vous connaissez pas. Ça va alors. Excellente série. C'est trop bien Sliders. Avec comment il s'appelle? Mallory. Le héros.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Ça va du coup niveau volume? Ça vous va? Le volume du jeu? Alors je ne mens pas, hein. Sachez-le. Attendez, vous parlez anglais?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the
J'aime bien les
shrine?
dialogues. Est-ce que les devs ont financé ça avec un crowdfunding? Je ne pense pas, Scotty, mais c'est une bonne question. Si quelqu'un a des infos là-dessus, n'hésitez pas.
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime.
J'aime bien les.
You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit you know, not right in the head. That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from, exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Tu vas très bien t'entendre avec Anna, Maxwell. Enfin, après, c'est pas exactement le même jeu, mais... Parce qu'Anna, c'est sur... Sargon, c'est ça? Mais voilà. Et bon courage, du coup, pour ton dossier. Ça marche, ce que tu dis.
Laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule. And the punishment for breaking it's... well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Allez.
Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Oh, on peut maintenir à touche juste
Only
pour qu'ils
23
suivent, c'est
of us at
parfait.
the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Ah si, je pouvais.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today.
Je vais remonter un peu, il y a certains persos qui parlent doucement. Hop.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Row is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Et du coup, on avait vérifié cette histoire de règle de décimation que je connaissais pas, qui existe vraiment, effectivement. Le truc marrant, c'est que dans Si, la série dont la saison 2 vient de sortir, que je vous recommande, avec Aquaman dedans, mais ils en parlent aussi. Rigolo, non? Enfin, il y a un des mecs de l'armée qui veut faire ça. Sans dire que c'est la décimation, bien entendu, mais il reprend la même méthode.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Yep, elle a repris là, mais c'est un épisode par semaine. Ça me saoule quand c'est comme ça, moi j'aime bien enchaîner les épisodes.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitier will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
La voix est trop bien. Franchement, les doublages sont bons, hein. Je sais pas ce que vous en pensez. Pour du fan-made, c'est faux.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Mais là, je pense que c'est un professionnel. Ils ont dû faire appel à un professionnel pour le doublage, c'est certain. On va tout faire, hein, comme ça nous met dedans.
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here.
Avec la musique en plus.
To crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong. Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? Ah, I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. If I understand
Voilà, on va avoir fini
correctly,
tout le
the
lore.
problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Ok.
Ah, good.
Je n'ai pas d'autres questions.
Are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Hop. Et ça fait plaisir à du coup Mila. Et ben il y a plus qu'à. Il n'y a plus qu'à enquêter sur tout ça. De la part Saint-Hilaire, l'intention de Sisyphus. Je vous remercie d'avoir fait de moi votre fille pour cet adorable pendentif que vous m'avez offert pour l'anniversaire. Salut Miss Master Chief. Ok.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Oui, c'est bien, on sait pas qui c'est avant de les rencontrer et tout. C'est cool.
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs.
Elle est sympa, hein?
Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving.
Alors c'est ça le problème, parce qu'il y a une partie des gens qui croient que c'est faux. Mais nous on sait que c'est vrai puisqu'on a vu les statues d'or. Et ça va très bien, je te remercie Miss Master Chief. J'espère que ça va aussi.
I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done.
Elle est énervée.
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla.
Voilà, un peu de strabisme, mais ça on n'y peut rien.
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy, in love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
Sourcil.
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. I don't know. But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here.
Ah, je m'en souviens. Ça, on va pouvoir le trouver directement, pour le coup.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Oh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Pas très réussi, ça. Je vais retourner voir ton papounet. Mais pas pour la balancer, bien entendu. Hein. Il est où, d'ailleurs? Papounet? Il a disparu. Bonjour, mon père m'a suggéré d'écrire un journal pour m'occuper le temps de faire face à la disparition soudaine et bouleversante de ma sœur. En tant que fille obéissante, je vais m'exécuter. Les pages qui suivent renferment mes secrets les plus intimes. Je sais que vous me lisez, père. Ma jeunesse n'est pas synonyme de crédulité. Tout le monde a le droit à ses secrets. Cynthia. Je fasse gaffe, hein, parce que si on vole, c'est pas autorisé. Non. Alors bien sûr l'objectif là, mais du coup comme je sais où le fameux prétendant, ben, je pense qu'on va faire tout de suite, ce sera pas mal. Pour le coup. Alors, attention, il n'y a pas 4000 trucs que je sais, hein, on n'avait pas joué non plus tant que ça. Mais ce que je sais c'est qu'on va se rendre là-haut. Si j'y arrive. Est-il possible? Oui, par là.
Ah, you've returned. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. Ask then.
Bon, ça c'est bon du coup. Hop.
Of course. What is it? Why then did you say, it looks like you'll have... Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Je vais juste faire pour avoir le screen.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your... Thank
Hop.
you. I'll...
Allez, salut. On va au truc d'Apollon quand même? Je pense que non, pas tout de suite. On va faire l'autre truc. Je fais ce que je veux. Il y a tout un truc ici, ça on ira après. Et on va aller à l'endroit que j'ai dit. Comme ça on reste focus sur une histoire, l'histoire du prétendant. Ensuite il y aura l'histoire du fermier. Le truc d'Apollon. L'histoire du fermier, c'est la deuxième histoire que je connais un peu. By the way. Si on va se gaffe bien sûr à tout bien explorer. Eh ben, merci. Ça fait plaisir. Je dois dire. Là on revient au début, hein, c'est ça? Tout à fait. On va faire attention parce qu'il y a un délai. Alors je sais pas, je sais plus exactement si c'est un trigger ou si vraiment au bout d'un moment, paf, ça pète. Je ne sais plus. C'est pour ça que j'ai pas envie de m'éparpiller. De bien visiter toutes les zones aussi. Là, voilà. Non, pas du tout. Ah oui, ça, il faut je pense, un pouvoir qu'on n'a pas. C'est ouf ou pas? Je sais pas du tout, hein, pour l'instant. C'est vrai, Confi? Tu vas découvrir avec une vidéo sur Fallout Shelter. Et ben, ma foi, bienvenue en tout cas. Pourquoi pas? J'ai envie de dire. Pourquoi pas, pourquoi pas? Le voilà.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly
Le gars
thing,
derrière.
is it not? How are you faring so far?
T'as pas pris le pack de commencement et au bas le coup selon moi. Alors après c'est à l'époque où j'ai fait la vidéo, hein. Faut être sûr que c'est le même pack. Si c'est le même pack, ouais, c'était le cas. Mais j'espère que c'est toujours valable. Elle date la vidéo, non?
Ah, another stoic perhaps. We all
2016,
need something
un
to
truc
help
comme
us
ça,
through
2015.
times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
Du coup, salut Duc, t'as la commande, hein. J'ai mis dans la commande, donc c'est un mode de Skyrim dans lequel on mène l'enquête pour sauver une ville qui est prise à une boucle temporelle, entre guillemets. C'est-à-dire que dès que quelqu'un commet un péché dans cette ville, tout le monde finit figé dans l'or, et châtiment, fin du monde, tout ça, quoi.
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my
Pas
keep
ouf.
by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
Yes, le jeu est à 25 €, c'est devenu un standalone en fait. À la base c'était un mode et c'est devenu un jeu à part entière comme tu peux le voir. Qui finalement n'a de Skyrim que les assets.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Pas de soucis, avec plaisir. Et là, paf, elle s'est trahie.
Of course. A slip of the tongue. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works out. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin? If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention. I wish I shared your faith. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Y'a pas de soucis.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Voilà, c'est lui le prétendant.
Yes, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess...
Donc j'imagine que si on apprend des trucs sur leur relation, on pourra faire quelque chose.
It isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted. moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Eh ben, j'arrive. Laisse-moi faire le reste d'abord. On va checker un petit peu ailleurs. Il faut que je saute, mais profitons-en qu'on a accès à une zone. Là, ça redescend. C'est qui là qui court? Ah, c'est la meuf. Je sais comment elle est à l'intérieur de cette zone du coup. Je pense. Très bien. Histoire d'avoir fait toute la zone. Et ensuite, effectivement, je sauterai. Et on ira voir ce qui se passe en bas. Alors peut-être que d'ici là, la boucle sera finie, je ne sais pas, mais... C'est tanké. Ouais, de toute façon, ici, c'est fermé. Donc effectivement, let's go sauter. Ah, il y avait des plaques à choper pour ici. Intéressant. Juste checker s'il n'y en a pas alentour. On dirait qu'on peut grave... On peut aller un peu sur les côtés, non? Peut-être pas. Bon, allez, dans l'immédiat, on va faire ce qui est le plus obvious. Oh, il a pris cher, hein. On va explorer, on va lui parler après. Donc lui c'est l'opposant à notre... Alors, lecture. Le plus à son avoir perdu que Dieu veille sur vous. Sachez que j'ai tenu le plus longtemps possible, mais sans vous ma vie n'a pas de sens. J'espère que nous nous retrouverons à Gan Eden. Terrible. De Julia, ses ravisseurs Malleolus et Claudia, soyez maudits. De Julia, le temps que vous lisiez ceci, je serai déjà morte, car je préfère mourir plutôt que vous servir de jour en jour. Puissez vos tours picorer votre foi dans le tartare pour l'éternité. Ça fait quand même 2 suicides au service de ce gars. De ce gars là. Il est pas hyper bon signe. C'était quoi, c'est bon. Ah. Ok. Du coup, go voir le gars. Ah, je... Ouais, ça le lance forcément.
Leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was
Oui.
either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? Why? What credible evidence do you have for its existence? Surely you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Donc vous voyez, ça nous fait un objectif là encore, hein, de le retirer lui de l'élection. Je pense qu'il faut sauver aussi l'eau du suicide quand même.
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all
Il
going
va
to
falloir
have to
qu'on
make the
règle
best.
chaque petit morceau en fait. Hein. Finalement, chaque petite histoire a son
You
importance.
mean the children's fate
C'est comme ça qu'il faut l'approcher.
by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants? I trust you can see yourself out. Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
Je vais quand même essayer de retourner voir sa nana. Peut-être avec la clé, puisqu'il a dit qu'il y avait une clé. Là. Hop. C'est pour ça que j'ai envie d'être, tu vois, de faire le truc bien carré et tout. Petit à petit, bien voir tous les personnages qui vont avec eux. Faire par quartier un peu.
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa?
Il faut déjà qu'on ait
I have
rencontré
quite
tous les
enough
persos, bien
marriage
entendu.
trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. Finally! This is outrageous.
Oh, elle a tellement d'argent. Et je pense ouais, c'est en connaissant la façon de résoudre chaque petit détail. Soit ça, soit il suffit vraiment d'empêcher le truc qui permet de... Voilà. Mais je pense que c'est plus quand même un ensemble de détails. Ça me paraît plus logique. Du moins. Donc là on peut grimper. J'ai hâte qu'on ait cette espèce de pouvoir là. Donc on revient sur la place, donc c'est bien, c'est qu'on a fait une boucle. Ça c'est plutôt cool.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt.
Faut que j'aille voir lui là. Ah, c'est pas Oracti, je sais pas quoi là. Oracti, c'est un viewer d'ailleurs. Hein. Mais comme à chaque fois je l'ai appelé Oracti, c'est Horatius qui s'appelle le gars.
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? You go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. Her name's...
Je vais juste vérifier.
What? You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. I think he's gonna... 'Cause if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that. Old man Sentius got you already, did he? Well, I'm not talking to people in his faction. Confituare.
Ouais, tout pareil. Il y a un gars qui passe par là. Ça c'est ouvert aussi, ok.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix. Or some Versipalus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Oh là là. Bonjour. À l'aide. Il y a vraiment un... Ah! À l'aide! À l'aide! J'ai eu un truc! Oh my god! Je sais pas ce que j'ai eu, mais j'ai eu un pendentif, un truc. Sendia! Sendia! Et j'ai eu de la thune en plus, aussi.
So you survived
Oh my
the
god!
cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky. Os in Coolio
Oh là là.
mio. Os in Coolio mio.
Je vais retourner voir Sentia. On va pas faire le reste des endroits. Ah, si ce n'est là, peut-être. Qui es-tu?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way.
Oh, j'ai réussi à faire le
Usually,
tour.
however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask,
Il y a un
"What
mec
is
qui
your
était
story?"
gêné.
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office. by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Why is that? The memes? Ah, the memes.
Trop bien.
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call
Cursed.
I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember.
Bah pour l'instant ils sont tous pris de l'eau dans ils sont tombés dans l'eau, ils se sont pris les vagues. Ils sont tombés à l'eau tous en fait.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and come back to me if you
C'est dommage, j'ai déjà fait moi. Bon, je saurais le faire, tu me diras.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long. Wonderful. It goes like this.
On va perdre.
Were an old
Tant qu'elle nous
married
raconte sa
couple
vie.
living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic, realizing only a select few possess such powers. Says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine. and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you. And we will grant a wish."
Ah bah ils ont dû demander qu'ils détruisent pas.
Philemon escape
Ah non.
up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity
So
together.
cute.
Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Eh bien. Ou peut-être que les devenu peuvent simplement tuer à tout moment si nous échouons leur test et qu'ils n'ont même pas à nous expliquer quelles sont les règles. Terrible. Non, je suis plutôt d'accord avec elle. Je suis d'accord, hein, Lint, ouais, gros travail d'écriture. Bah, c'est tout le cœur du jeu en fait, hein, parce que finalement t'as une petite zone. C'est le truc. Mais ça va, c'est intéressant, donc c'est cool.
It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
Faut que je devienne candidat en fait.
Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. As you wish. Certainly. And did you notice anything? A pattern?
Ah, c'est bon.
Oh,
Rien.
keep asking. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my... Come back to me.
Mais elle m'a pas dit comment elle était arrivée là. Eh, Véronique. Maintenant que j'y pense. Tu m'as mis un stop, mais...
Let's do it your way. You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who
Je pensais à ça
Vesta
aussi.
is. Vesta is the mother goddess of hearth and home, and the guardian of the Roman people. Put simply, I tend to the temples, ensure their sanctity is preserved. Why? So that we continue to honor our gods, invite their blessings, and not bring their wrath down upon us, of course. It's vital that we keep them appeased and remain in their good graces. Come back.
Bon, on a fini ces discussions-là. Est-ce que j'ai le temps d'aller voir Cynthia?
Are they?
Déjà lui.
Thank you.
Oh,
What now? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say.
Oh, don't mind
And the
me.
others.
I just live
And making
here.
sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some genetricum fugiture tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through
La
the
rivière,
crowds,
à nouveau.
down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Et nous, en vrai, on est arrivé par la rivière. Hein.
Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said,
Donc en vrai, nous aussi, hein.
That
On est
said,
peut-être tous dans l'afterlife là. Hein.
Cynthia's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. All right.
Je lui poserai la question après. Parce que là, j'ai vu l'autre partir. Et c'est la personne qui m'intéressait. Je sais pas où elle est partie. Pas par là. Ça m'inquiète un peu. Bon, s'il y a rien, on reparle à Horatius. Hein. Tranquille. Mais si je peux essayer de trouver Véronique là. Elle s'appelle pas Véronique. Hein. Vous l'aviez, elle ne s'appelle pas Véronique. Parce que je pense que c'est bientôt le reset. Non mais je pense qu'il y a ce côté finalement... Ouais, on est dans une espèce de... Comment ça s'appelle? Purgatoire? Peut-être un truc un peu comme ça. Hein. Ah, je sais pas du tout où elle est partie. Là, j'ai pas... Je vais voir ici. Sinon, je vais continuer les questions à Horatius. Hein. Je peux me fouiller ici. Oh! Un ami anonyme d'Octavia, que le Seigneur vous garde et vous bénisse. Je regrette de ne pas avoir pu prendre le risque de parler de tout ceci avec vous en personne, mais si j'ai raison, alors vous êtes une croyante comme moi, vous pouvez peut-être pas pratiquer ouvertement votre religion ici. Mais sachez que vous n'êtes pas seul. Si vous avez un jour besoin d'un endroit où prier, un lieu spécial vous attend au fond des grottes derrière le théâtre. Tournez à droite au premier embranchement, puis à nouveau au deuxième. Intéressant. Intéressant. Mmh. Ok, donc ici c'est fait. Il y a un étage quand même. Mon but c'est les documents. Hein. Intéressant. Salut Mini. Ok. Est-ce qu'on finit les questions à Horatius? Je pense qu'on finit les questions à Horatius du coup. S'il est toujours là, ouais.
What now? He's one of the better commanders I've ever had. That's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Il est très dans la psychologie, lui, hein.
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Ok. Bon, en vrai, on lit correctement, hein. Aurélia, prétend connaître une issue. Claudia. Thésius. Merci.
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion.
On dirait des balles, ça.
1 in 10 men. The idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing.
C'est beau? C'est beau?
A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent. Good. Perhaps we'll make a legionary out of you yet. If you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery and intimidation.
Domitius est gênant en
A
fait.
savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Aqueducts, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. All right?
C'est un bon gars, Rassus. Ok, faut qu'il arrête la voix avec les oreilles là. Ça me met nous. Je voulais juste voir s'il y avait un pont là. Il y a un pont? Non, c'est pas un pont. La paf, ça me ramène là. Ok, ça on a fait. Alors écoutez, j'aimerais juste faire une petite pause de 2 minutes. Si possible, on va retourner voir Aqueducts puisqu'on a quelque chose à lui raconter. Je pense que c'est pas mal. Même s'il y a encore une partie, 2 parties de la map que j'ai pas faites. On avait pu voir. En tout cas, je suis très contente de tout ce qu'on a fait là. C'était hyper... J'ai tout fait quoi. Tout ce qui traînait. Ça fait plaisir. Ça fait très plaisir. Enfin, du moins de ce que j'ai vu. Après, j'ai peut-être raté des choses. Mais on a déjà un bon... Un truc bien sympa, quoi. On a des bonnes pistes. Et il y a moyen que là-haut il se passe des trucs. Je pense que je vais faire comme ça au cas où. Je veux pas que ça finisse la boucle. Je sais pas si elle se finit d'elle-même, mais je pense que oui, donc... que ça finisse la boucle pendant que je suis en pause. Je suis bien contente, cette petite histoire se passe bien. En tout cas, on apprend beaucoup de choses. Je me demanderais qu'il y a un mode photo. Si je fais ça et ça. Ah non, faut faire là. Oh, c'est direct comme ça. Trop bien. Bon, en vrai, vu le peu d'interface, mode photo ou pas, ça me dérange pas. Hein. Je vais faire juste le petit tour ici, au cas où. Au cas où, au cas où. Ah bah tiens. De l'argent sonnant et trébuchant. Il y a même tout un chemin ici. Mmh. Alors on sait qu'il y a un méchant qui est censé arriver à un moment. Parce que je l'avais déjà vu. Ça va? Ah, je peux inspecter les toilettes. Le psychopompe nous a tous bernés. Attendez, elle est là, Je suis là, et qui tient. C'est toi que je cherchais.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind.
Ça
And
marche.
dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Come back.
Ça marche, ça marche. Je vais quand même faire la petite coursive là qu'on a vue. Parce que ça m'intrigue. Y a rien l'air d'avoir. On dirait quand même. On dirait un raccourci pour passer. Étonnant. J'aimerais bien que Cynthia soit revenue. Alors on peut peut-être check. Hein. D'où vient l'eau? Ah vraiment, d'où vient l'eau est un élément... Ok. Donc là il y a des trucs pour grimper, vous avez vu? Pour le coup il y a des trucs que je découvre là, hein, ça y est. Hein. Hormis ce qui se passe avec des flèches, putain. Je vais tenir en arc. Hein? Quoi? J'ai pris un coup, on est d'accord? Mais qui me tire dessus? On a voulu me buter là à l'instant. Tout va bien. Donc oui, hormis ce qui se passe avec Regalus, c'est comme ça qu'il s'appelle. Et la Vesta, vous allez voir. Le reste, je n'ai pas de plus d'infos. De l'argent, encore et toujours. On va faire la quête qu'ils nous ont filée quand même. Ouais, j'ai un stalker. En fait, c'est ça, hein. No joke. Ok, c'est toujours verrouillé. Ouais, la prêtresse.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been.
C'était pour aller plus vite, hein. J'aimerais bien revoir Cynthia en fait, vraiment. Dites-moi qu'elle est là. Mais elle a bougé, mais je sais pas où. La relou. Déjà que je l'aimais pas. Allons voir... Allez, allons voir l'objectif qui m'était fixé pour la session. Elle est là! J'ai rien dit. Mais qu'est-ce qu'elle fait? Tu fais quoi là, Véronique?
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? Get out, you horrid barbarian!
Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait? Elle veut plus me parler en tout cas. Qu'est-ce que t'es là? Tu cherches quelque chose?
Citizen.
Bizarre, hein? Allez, faisons l'objectif qu'ils nous ont demandé. On fera ce qui concerne le fermier un peu plus tard. On fera aussi là-bas. Comme ça, on aura aussi fait l'objectif demandé si on meurt pas d'ici là, hein, j'en sais rien. d'ailleurs, en termes de timing. Parce qu'on est quand même sur plus d'une heure là de jeu, hein, 1h30 je dirais. Donc il y a un moment où ça va mal se passer, on le sait.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall, but there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out.
La violence.
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can. Feeling all right? I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked.
Oh, le
salaud! Turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of people trampling each other.
Il y a pas une histoire de bijoux à chaque fois.
I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues. Like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside.
Ah, c'est le fameux palais verrouillé.
She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about
Un
it.
bon mystère, ça. Hein?
But I really wish I
Quoi,
could
neuf
reach
copies,
her,
hein?
because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
T'imagines le mec qui mène le truc à sa perte?
Thanks, I suppose.
C'est le mec qui a des rhumatismes.
I'm Lucretia.
Là, je vais juste faire un truc.
Where and the la and but what? He's become so irritable. I just.
Okay.
Thank. I wish some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked.
Ouais, c'est intéressant de tout démêler un peu.
I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured.
Parce qu'effectivement, en apparence, on dirait le paradis.
But I'm
Mais en fait,
out
non.
of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever
C'est
dreamt
bizarre
it up didn't
comment
think
j'ai
it
pris de
through.
dégâts tout à l'heure.
Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing.
Écoute, j'ai 1000 balles, ça va bien se
In
passer.
some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain.
Tu te répètes, Véronique.
He's big.
Ouais, je pense voir l'autre là, ça va être cool.
Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule and...
Ah, j'allais dire non,
so
c'est
maybe it's best we don't discuss
l'autre.
it.
Faut pas en avoir. Cynthia, c'est Cynthia l'amoureuse de Lupus.
Hemlock, I believe. I haven't
De la
seen her in
ciguë.
months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive.
Ah oui, c'est celle. Mais elle voulait se suicider. Non, elle voulait vraiment se suicider. Elle a dit qu'elle allait mourir.
Well.
Mais oui. Lulia, c'est celle qui était aussi au service de l'autre. Ah mais oui, oui, oui. Elle voulait également se suicider.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Rappelez-vous. J'avoue, c'est le même accent que dans... Comment ça s'appelle? Apex. Mozambique. C'est vrai. J'ai combien d'argent? Parce que bon... J'ai 889. J'ai presque assez pour payer l'autre. Mais la nuit arrive. La nuit arrive. Je sais où il y a de l'argent. On peut essayer d'avoir vite l'argent. Ça me paraît un peu short. Parce que ça, pour le coup, il y a un endroit que j'ai fouillé, en fait. Où je sais que du coup, il y a de l'argent. C'est tout simplement les cavernes ici. On y reviendra, hein. Mais si on peut choper juste suffisamment.
You,
Horatius?
Sisyphus,
Looking a bit troubled there.
Pour avoir la thune qu'il nous faut. Pas en assez. Ah, j'ai mis. Si je peux avoir la thune, tu peux avoir le soin, quoi. Avant, merde, je suis où là? Ça y est. Ça y est, ça.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax.
Ixion
Get some rest.
turns.
Faut que je fasse vite, hein. Là, j'ai les 1000 balles. C'est qui? On le connaît pas, lui.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are better friends. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance?
Il est gentil, lui, ça
I know
revient.
you do not require clothing, so information perhaps? My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree? A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be
Ah, il est full amnésique en
only
fait.
I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell
C'est à
an
chaque fois à
extraordinary
Rome.
selection of wares. And drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate
Il y
my
a chaque
success.
fois il y a une histoire d'argent
I
quand
rented
même.
a
Hein.
prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none
Ouais,
of
c'est
that
ça.
compares to
À
this.
chaque fois, c'est ça.
This time, I remember people screaming.
Rome,
Then
ils vont
falling
dans
into
l'eau.
a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air.
Ils sont
and
tous
then
noyés pour arriver ici.
when I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Il y a une personne annexe là. Les gens parlaient d'une pièce, voilà.
Anything you like.
Une pièce. Mais est-ce que c'est l'argent? J'ai un doute d'un coup.
Not so loud. What are you playing at?
Personne étrangère, trop de mémoire. On a tellement de trucs à dire.
Been told about the last attempt.
Sauf que ça va être la fin de la journée.
Oh, then I suppose this duty
Mais je veux
falls
sauver
to
l'autre
me.
aussi.
Ah, it is a long story.
Merde. L'action va démarrer. J'ai envie de... Non, j'aurais pas le temps de tout faire. C'est quoi ma quête en cours? Mais là, en vrai, je pourrais... Oh, et qui tire? Je suis là. Ah ouais, mais là, c'est plus tard. Hein. C'est fini. Pour moi, c'est fini, là. Il est à 95 mètres des Suisses. Je peux quand même essayer d'y aller, mais... Ouais, il y a un mec, du coup. Alors, j'ai jamais assisté à ce qui se passe là, du coup, je suis intriguée. Pour le coup. J'espère que je vais garder mon inventaire. J'espère vraiment. Je pense que oui. Si j'arrive à m'enfuir en fait. Ok. Je reste près de la sortie. Hein. Bon ça va en vrai, il y a quasi 2 heures de jeu avant qu'il fasse nuit et que le truc soit fini quoi. 1h30 on va dire je pense. Je pense qu'il y a 1h30 au total. 1h40. Non 1h30. Ce qui avait eu le début. Bon on a encore plein de choses à faire du coup.
As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
Ah ouais.
Domitius.
Il y a peu de gens qui votent en plus hein.
Who else?
Citizens. You have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Thank you.
am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence, to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her.
Oh là là.
Proceed.
This is
C'est
insanity.
peut-être lui qui a des rhumatismes. Hein. Je pensais à ça direct.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
What kind of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
We must get to the shrine.
Non, je suis pas le bon endroit. Oh, je peux aller au bon endroit. Fuck. On refait. Ça m'a fait peur en plus la voix quand même. Alors je le savais. Hein. Je l'avais déjà entendu. Hein. Et je trouve ça hyper badant. Many suffer. Leave me alone. Et vous noterez qu'il y a des gens qui essaient de me buter. Hein. Faut que je strafe un peu. Mais dites, c'est bon, on démarre une nouvelle boucle. C'est nice, je suis très contente de cette première boucle là. On a appris plein de trucs, on a pu voir le truc, j'avais absolument pas fonctionné comme ça la première fois sur la découverte. Bah déjà je connaissais pas la disposition de la ville et tout, donc je trouve ça trop bien de le faire sur une deuxième truc après quelques semaines sans jouer au jeu là. Demandez à Elpius ce que son site ferait ressentir à Cynthia. Ah vous avez vu, j'ai eu un 10. Ah trop bien. On va s'intéresser à lui d'ailleurs du coup. Est-ce que j'ai mon inventaire? Oui, du coup j'ai les 1000 balles, je peux sauver la meuf et tout. Ah trop bien. Vas-y on reparle à lui parce que c'est tout l'intérêt.
Salve friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Attends, on a fait plus en une boucle que ce que j'avais fait je pense... J'avais fait 3 heures de jeu, mais j'avais commencé direct par voler un truc et tout pour essayer de voir quelles étaient les limites de la boucle et tout. Du coup, en vrai, là, c'est trop bien parce que ça a été on a vraiment plein d'histoires qui se sont déclenchées. Voilà, je suis contente, ça s'entend. Ça fait plaisir.
Never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
Ah, faut que je note le timing de la deuxième boucle. Attends, hop. Voilà.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Probably.
Alright, see you around.
Je vais aller tout de suite essayer de sauver la fille qui est empoisonnée. Je sais pas du tout si c'est possible, mais je pense que oui. Si je vais direct demander le truc à Decius, comment il s'appelle? Dans ce goût-là. Il est là. Hein. Oh, il y a Georgius, je sais pas quoi, ici aussi.
Whatever's in that great temple up there. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Decius. You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Et puis en plus, on a tous les aspects là de l'histoire.
All right.
Vas-y.
Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated
Encore
from the
le même
enemies
délire.
of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. and in one swift motion she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
Et nous, quand on a spawn, quand on a choisi notre physique, si on était un garçon ou une fille, en termes de corpulence en tout cas, c'était avec une pièce d'argent.
Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back, though. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
Sauf que j'en ai besoin de là, je crois.
Thank you, friend. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not going to happen. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Oh, you have it. I'm impressed. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well. Another time.
Oh, je vais pouvoir sauver la fille, je crois. Truc de ouf. Là, pour le coup, c'est un truc que j'ai jamais fait.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium.
Let's
But
go!
Latkulas Kubolates
Trop bien.
Decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you.
Faut aussi que j'aille sauver l'autre qui va sauter. Et que j'aille voir la fille à propos de sa
Hopefully,
sœur.
in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself.
J'ai eu succès.
She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
Trop bien.
That's
Mais
a
on a déjà parlé. On a déjà discuté. Oh là là. Elle est sauvée. Par contre, elle va où? Juste là? Je vais parler avec le mec qui est là.
Ah, a fellow greetings.
Parce qu'on n'avait pas fini.
It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will. Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful
J'avoue qu'ils
lesson
sont vénères,
when
les
he
dieux
abducted
grecs.
Persephone
Ils sont
and
très
imprisoned her
vénères.
in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands, until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
C'est bien ça comme... J'aime beaucoup cette phrase.
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Domitius, c'est chiant, hein?
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our...
Domitius nous met dedans parce qu'en fait il met la pression aux gens. Je déteste les gens comme ça. Oui, j'avais pas mis la suite, j'ai dit je déteste les gens. Ça faisait un peu violent. Non, les gens qui imposent leur comment on dit, leur façon de penser. Il y en avait une comme ça là dans... Il y en a une comme ça dans la nouvelle saison de Koh-Lanta. On dirait pas plus pour pas vous spoiler, mais assez insupportable. Et quand on la confronte, elle est en mode non, mais je vois pas, j'ai pas mis la pression. Elle est ultra vénère. Non, je vois pas. C'est un petit peu quand même. Non. Oh là là, ils veulent que je fasse du pain, j'ai l'impression. Bon, j'irais bien voir Rufus, parce que je le connais pas non plus. Voilà, il est quoi là, Rufus, hein?
Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
C'est Herbacha.
Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia tell you? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All my joints ache constantly, and the pain. It has a way of messing with your head. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me, and then there's the statues, and my doubts about my faith. And I just want to scream.
Oui, c'est ce jeu-là, titlé.
Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do. And find me something to make the pain go away. Until then,
okay.
Get out of my face.
On peut faire ça. Hop, je vais refaire une pause ici, les gens. Parce que c'est l'heure que Jenna arrête son tas. Let's go. Donc lui, c'est le mec des rhumatismes. Ça, c'est intéressant. Ah oui, on doit lui trouver un Ouais, c'est le truc pour pouvoir entrer à... C'est les fameuses arbres là où on peut... Il semblerait qu'on peut voler.
Greetings and salutations.
Lui on connaît pas, vas-y.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
C'est un architecte du 3e âge. C'est un peu ça.
You mean the Great Temple? This once
The Great Temple?
Yeah. It's positioned so prominently, looking down on us. It's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used
Mais
to
non, mais en
bear
fait,
the
j'étais en
name
train d'y
of this
penser au même
unknown
moment,
god.
en fait.
But it
Du
appears
coup, c'est pour ça que ça m'a fait
some
beaucoup rire.
barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering, with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the Great Temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago.
Ça, je connais pas du coup l'histoire de la citerne. Je sais pas. On a fait l'autre citerne, mais.
But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
Oh là.
I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called God doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown God doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option.
De se calmer à fomenter la Virgile.
Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Oh,
And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of
La
not
violence,
keeping
c'est...
your personal
Alors comme ça
affairs
t'aimes
to
les garçons.
yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years?
Je pense le je vois c'était
Watching what I
mieux.
said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world,
Bah le
with
truc
an
c'est qu'il me
assumed
semble qu'en
name,
plus
my
Rome tout ça
openness
ils étaient
didn't
hyper
go
libres
down
là-dessus.
well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Mais lui c'est ce qu'il est en train d'expliquer de là où il habitait. C'était pas le cas
Nice
tu vois.
of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and
Ouais, ça
among
c'est ce
them,
qu'il explique.
I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the
C'est
case.
ça il parlait d'avant.
It seems I was wrong.
Mais il y a quand même un mec qui aime pas là.
I have quite a collection of
Peut-être
handwritten notes too.
le
The
chrétien
strange
qui a dit à
thing is,
l'autre
I keep
chrétienne
my
où aller
personal
prier.
affairs to
Peut-être.
myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one
Ah, c'est ça.
God, and that he considers my nature a sin.
Hmm.
Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that.
Je pense que si j'aide les gens,
It's always a
ils vont
pleasure to
voter
meet
pour
someone
la
so
bonne personne.
selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here.
Déjà on sait qu'il y a l'endroit où ils se retrouvent pour prier et tout.
Must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
Ah, c'est gentil ça.
Come back and let me know what you find.
Ok, il y a quelqu'un à 20 mètres qui peut me donner des infos. J'espère qu'après ça, il pourra voter pour qui je veux, quoi. Hein? Ah. Oh là là. Le temps à perdre. Du coup, lui, il y avait rien derrière. Le jeu te plaît. Ouais, d'ouf. D'ouf. Bah, je trouve ça cool en fait. Toujours sympa.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
L'autre, il veut juste s'en aller. D'une force. Soja, c'est après mon évasion. Tranquille, tranquille, il va s'acheter un siège au Sénat, tout ça. Pourquoi tu me parles là?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Ah, back again, I see. I heard what you did for our Yulia. Very impressive. Even if the source of your medicine was a little shady. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Very well. Another time.
Regarde, c'est pas grave. Je vais juste voir si la fille est réveillée. Je pense que c'est une bonne, un bon truc. Oh là là, elle est totalement vivante. Trop bien.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted?
Par rapport à...
Lucretia says
type
I'm
de perso qu'on
supposed
peut
to
avoir.
rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and
Oui, c'est la servante de Malleolus.
are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone.
Mais non, on sait qu'elle a essayé de se
Talk
suicider.
about it. Thank you. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome.
Il faut qu'on voit la
Me
vista.
and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while. Until 7 months ago,
Le truc, c'est que je pense que si on refait un cycle, elle sera morte.
My colleagues and
Et nous, on
I
n'aura pas de
worked
thunes.
desperately to try to
Fun
protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river and then... The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far from here. Thank you, but to be honest, sometimes I think dying in that fire might have been a blessing. Given what's happened since.
Yulia.
I can tell you, but it's a long story.
T'inquiète, j'ai le temps.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000
Tout le monde demande 1000 balles en fait.
She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia. And she gave me her so-called way out.
Oh ouais, je veux savoir, ouais.
Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
Oh, fuck.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware."
C'est la meuf de la
Then she
taverne, elle est
just looked at
vénère.
me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself.
Vous n'êtes pas innocente.
I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
Oh.
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am.
C'est samouraï.
Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Si vraiment faut sauver Jean-Denis, easy. On a déjà fait. Je sais pas si c'est le chemin le plus court que j'emprunte, hein, mais bon. Ah ouais, c'est un peu vénère, hein. Non, c'est un peu vénère. Mais non, il y avait vraiment plus court. En passant à gauche, j'avais plus court. Bon, c'est pas grave, j'arrive. Le truc, c'est qu'en fait, là, je l'ai sauvé. Ça coûte 1000 pièces. Je vais pas le refaire à chaque fois, en fait. C'est ça le truc. À moins de snowball en termes de thunes, mais... Voilà, quoi. Je vais pas le faire à chaque boucle. Parce que ça n'a pas d'intérêt. C'est triste à dire, mais elle est là juste pour me faire avancer dans l'histoire. Je peux la sauver, attention. Hein. Et là, j'ai un truc à lui dire, là. C'est ça qui est bien, parce que nous, on a commencé par aller voir cette personne. Donc on sait que c'est le mec de Sentilia. Et d'ailleurs, je suis pas allée voir la fille de Sentius. C'est ce que je voulais faire, mais je viens de me laisser emporter par le... Ah, dépêchez-vous!
Salve, welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be...
I'm sorry.
Please, help him.
On connaît du coup, hein, ce passage.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Julia and I made...
Non, je l'ai sauvé! Je l'ai sauvé!
And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning.
T'inquiète, Sulpice!
If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her.
Je l'ai sauvé!
I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster.
Je te les sors les 2000. Je vais m'en sortir. T'inquiète.
Both of our debts. Julia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus.
2000.
We might as well be slaves. And that's how much it will take to buy our freedom back. Oh.
Ouais, mais faut pas forcément 3000. Si on vole
Is that it?
le truc et on se casse.
You know what? Forget it.
On vole, on déclenche le truc et il nous faut 2000.
You are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ça marche?
Ulpius, no!
Il n'y a pas mis beaucoup de volonté, Octavien. Oui, mais si tu l'as pris de la boucle d'avant, je garde mon inventaire.
Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
Après, de toute façon, je peux... Je peux snowball là-dessus, non?
I hope you're... Oh.
Hop. Je vais quand même aller confronter à... Malleolus, là, je sais pas quoi. Là.
Thank you. Thank you. I am... That was... well... Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands.
Mais j'ai encore d'autres gens à aller voir avant de faire ce genre de choses en fait. C'est pour ça que...
I'm bound to win. Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule. How could you possibly know that?
Je pourrais balancer domicile.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
En tout cas, on sait que c'est lui qui déclenche le truc, hein. Mais je pense que même si on prévient lui de le faire, il se passe quand même un truc. C'est ça qui est marrant. Obviously. Je vais quand même revoir la femme aussi pour la confronter. Allez Véronique. Bitch. Désolée mais elle mérite que ça. Hein.
Domitius, this is outrageous.
Ça va me faire de faire ça. Du coup, on a quand même aussi nos révélations à faire à Ekitia. Et ouais, les 2000 balles, c'est bien. Mais, je pense même qu'il faut faire une boucle à vide pour avoir de la thune. Oh, merci beaucoup.
If I cop an earful from Malio. Whatever.
Bienvenue. Bienvenue les gens.
Citizen.
Est-ce que la fille là?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Ouais, elle est là, ok. Et ben ça va très bien, bienvenue. Du coup, on est sur un jeu qui est un mode de Skyrim, qui est devenu un standalone. Vous avez les infos ici, les gens. Et c'est une espèce de boucle temporelle dans le sens où en fait à la fin de la journée, quoi qu'il arrive, si quelqu'un commet une faute, c'est-à-dire voler quelqu'un, tuer quelqu'un, des trucs un peu vénères comme ça, tout le monde se transforme en or et la cité est perdue. Voilà, et nous on est arrivé là-dedans et on doit réussir à trouver qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire pour que la ville survive en fait. Voilà. Ouais, c'était cool Icarus. C'était bien cool, Checkers. Il révolutionne pas le genre, il amène rien d'exceptionnel, mais il est bien fait, en fait. Et à quoi tu jouais juste à l'instant? En tout cas, bienvenue les gens.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians. I'm sent. What? Really? Now.
Mais il faut qu'elle me fasse le truc sur sa sœur.
You know. Oh, did you? What do you know? I'm. Oh. I trust you.
Elle dit rien sur. Parce qu'en fait, j'ai un truc par rapport à la bien-aimée et tout. J'ai un pendentif quand même. Ça, c'est quelque chose.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Oui, j'ai cliqué très vite, c'est pour ça. Et elle louche, si jamais tu te posais la question aussi. Je suis d'avis de trouver Kitia. Pour commencer. Qui doit être par ici. Ouais. Et ensuite d'aller voir le mec qui fait Kitia.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you.
On a déjà fait une journée entière du coup, hein. Le cycle s'est répété. Du coup on a des infos. Et du coup voilà, on peut avoir ce genre de réponse qu'on n'avait pas au début la première fois qu'on est venu, puisqu'on a été demander aux gens ce qui leur était arrivé, et il s'avère qu'en fait ils sont tous noyés, en fait. Ils sont arrivés ici.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I also had such an encounter. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been
On a réussi l'objectif secondaire.
Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived?
Oui, Karen. Bonne soirée à toi, Tikeuse, au plaisir. Et du coup, si jamais t'as envie de faire une des sessions d'Icarus ensemble, avec plaisir. Hein. Sans pression de préparer une Zilane ou je sais pas quoi. Ça peut être cool.
And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Oh là là, on a un truc de fou là. Let's go.
We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Tu veux pas que je me baigne avec toi? Enfin, faut que je fasse de l'eau. Ah, ça fait plus le suivi d'ici, mais bon. Pas grave. Elle veut pas se baigner avec moi, je comprends pas. Elle veut pas que je lui foute le bazar dans l'inventaire, exactement. Putain, ça va rester ça. C'est le mec qu'on avait vu la première session.
danger.
Mais du coup, on sera forcément in danger, Véronique. Je suis désolée, mais notre histoire ne pourra avoir lieu. Oui, Galerius, il est là.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's
Bah
in your
écoute, il y a un
mind?
mec qui arrive armé, donc je le vis un peu mal, mais...
Well, it's a long one, and
on va faire comme si de rien n'était, hein.
sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Cela me désole d'entendre la phrase un peu particulière là maintenant.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans.
Des gens agréables, c'est ça.
Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome.
Putain, il mérite du soutien, Ray. Tu peux pas le taunt sur son crâne chauve. C'est un bon gars. Il a vécu un drame. Plusieurs même. J'avoue, il s'appelle Galerius, c'est pas pour rien.
Probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place, and I started my life over again.
Alors du coup, c'est Abonoji qui dit c'est normal que la statue sur le pont a bougé la tête. Je sais pas si c'était un troll, mais pour de vrai, de toute façon, les statues prennent vie quand la règle d'or est brisée. Donc si elle a bougé la tête, c'est sans doute juste pour ça. Mais peut-être tu trollais, mais en vrai, elles prennent vie et elles nous attaquent quand en fait la boucle est finie.
Oh, I'm sorry to bore you, friend. Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure,
si on
it could be her
trouve quoi,
sister, Sentia. But she'd never
Ah
tell the
mais il
likes
vient
of
de
me.
se suicider, Ulpius, par contre. Hein, mais...
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days.
Lui, c'est un bon gars,
Everybody
Galerius.
here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but
Ah oui, c'est lui qui
Malleolus is almost as
vote blanc.
bad. Even I could do a better job.
Abstention.
Me, a farmer. And I've never given
Du
a
coup, ouais, non,
speech
c'est
or
normal,
put on
du coup, ça a
toga in
bougé.
my life.
Je l'ai pas vu, moi, mais... C'était quelle statue? C'était où?
Alright.
Je pense malheureusement, là, on va perdre, parce qu'en fait, ça va faire un truc,
hello?
mais...
Hello?
Si t'as fait un clip, je peux le revoir, ça va être parfait.
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
Tu t'es dit, ça y est. Début de semaine, dès le lundi, là, ça y est. Joie double.
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not.
Il me fait de la peine, en vrai.
Do you?
C'est, je pense, quand même un fucking voleur, mais... Je pense qu'il est juste simplet, en fait. À mon avis, il est simplet. Alors, le magistrat, je vous ai cru au sujet de votre incorrigible comportement antisocial induit par votre obsession pour un prétendu trésor perdu. Même si je compatis à votre souffrance et au décès de votre gardien Hannibal, il y a quelques semaines, je tiens à vous adresser un message important. Le trésor que vous cherchez n'existe pas. Au vu de votre mémoire douteuse, il semblerait que vos souvenirs soient tout simplement inexacts. En outre, puisque vous avez été surpris à plusieurs occasions à pénétrer illégalement dans divers lieux, y compris autour des citernes, ce qui est strictement prohibé aux citoyens, je suis arrivé à la regrettable conclusion que vous représentez un inconvénient pour cette communauté et dois restreindre votre liberté, de crainte de vous voir enfreindre la règle d'or. J'espère que cette lettre vous permettra de vous rappeler la raison de votre incarcération, en cas de futur trou de mémoire.
What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise
Ouais,
to
tu
keep
peux, y a
it
pas de
safe
soucis, Abonoji,
until
c'est
I
un club
found the
d'HM.
treasure. But I couldn't find him. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me
Et on
in-
fait déjà aller à la citerne la
Now
plus haute.
nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And the
Écoute-y.
priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Le pauvre.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
Oh là là.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Don't you just love springtime?
What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was
Oh.
bad. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll.
Genre, on est censé
and
faire
everything.
élire Galerius.
If you help make him magistrate, he can get
C'est
me
sûr
out
que c'est
of here,
l'alternative.
and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was
Du
way
coup, la
up
première
high
étape, c'est de faire élire
and
Galerius.
very precious. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Galerius already. Like, if you Hannibal. Bye bye.
Non, attends, on n'a pas fini de parler. Non, pas la porte. Punaise. Jean-Denis.
Gold? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he gave me all I remember. Now, no. Bye bye.
Donc, vous dites... Ben dis donc, qu'est-ce qu'elle fait là, elle? Vous disiez, clip, On va essayer de se mettre un setup de clip du coup pour voir ça. C'est le mec. Ah, chut. Je revois ma live, forcément comme d'habitude. Bon, le setup est pas... Hein. Comme ça, c'est pas mal. Donc la statue... Laquelle? Il y a une statue qui bouge. Ah oui. Regardez celle-là. Attendez. Je crois que c'est elle, non? Regardez sa tête. Normal. Normal, sa tête, elle vient en mode... Bonjour. Et bonjour. Ok, not bad, not bad. Alors. Quelle aventure cette boucle. Quelle aventure. Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait là, Véronique?
Let me know when you've cleared the way to the baths.
Ah oui, oui. Excuse-moi. Mais je n'ai pas cette possibilité en fait. Parce que si j'y vais, je vais mourir. C'est triste un peu ça. Hein. Genre si je vais là, il y a un mec vénère normalement.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something. Or he's gonna break the golden rule. Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not? None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Are you daft or just callous? If you don't stop him, we're all going to die.
Bah super. Simplement insensible, bonne chance. Faut que je fasse un screen de ça.
Thank you. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Ah, truc intéressant, le truc de la bakery. Très envie d'aller la voir dans la bakery alors que ce soit pas... Ouais. Je suis décédée là. J'ai pas sauvegardé, j'espère que la sauvegarde est pas loin, sinon voilà. On en est là quoi. On était tranquille. Bon, on va éviter du coup. Attention. Oui, bah je vois ça. Oui. Ça va, la save était calée. Hein. La save était calée sur 20. Donc là, c'est le mec, c'est le moment où il y a le mec vénère. À gauche, je pense. Oh, le serpent. Il y a un serpent là. On connaît. On connaît les bails. Oh oh! Oh oh! Attendez, il se passe des trucs là. Il se passe des trucs exceptionnels. Serpentard fort là, je suis d'accord. Enfin, on découvre là. Mais d'ailleurs, Galerius nous a pas dit qui fait Ponita là. Je suis assez étonnée. Mais waouh, ça nous emmène où? Genre... C'est évident, on est d'accord. Waouh! Je vous jure, je connaissais pas cette zone, je suis choquée. Trop bien. Attends, il faut que je... Comment on fait Comment on fait pour... Ok. Nom de sauce. J'ai trouvé un truc de fou. C'était pas prévu, mais...
Ah, a visitor.
Attends, je regarde s'il y a de la thune. Je te parle, ok? Parce qu'éventuellement... Il existe un monde où ça m'apporte de la thune, quoi.
Come and join me by the fire.
Ouais, j'arrive. Mais l'argent. L'argent, tout ça. Bon.
Come and join me by the fire.
Ouais, je suis là.
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place.
Allez,
I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress. Then you should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories and see if you detect a pattern of some sort. It is best if you come to this realization for yourself. You would never believe me if I told you.
Amazing. En vrai, on peut peut-être... non? Pas du tout. Aïe.
Ah, you've returned.
Non, non, mais j'ai pas changé de... Calme-toi, Jean-Denis. Toujours la même personne qui ne connaît rien. Et bah quelle aventure! On a découvert un truc encore là. Bon là si on lui parle, je suis sûre qu'on va mourir. Parce que c'est par là. Mais d'abord... Charge...
Shh, I'm hiding. Did you stop him?
Chiante elle. Mais elle aussi elle a marqué là. Ah. Ah, à mon avis c'est elle qui laisse des graffitis. Ce que je vous propose c'est qu'on stack un peu d'argent avant de partir. Avant d'affronter Brandon. Vous voyez le délire? Histoire que bon bah on ait un petit avantage. Et on sait que dans les souterrains il y en a plein.
Fortune smile on you, brother. Ah, it's you again. Now, what's on your mind? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. That's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? All right.
Mhm. J'ai l'impression que je peux forcer le truc. Ah, à mon avis, quand on les réveille, on peut passer ici. Si je les réveille, je peux passer. 100%. J'aime encore parler à tous ces gens-là. D'avoir l'argent.
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
Salve. Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
C'est que dalle.
All right.
Mais c'est marrant, il me demande pas d'aller voir la meuf et tout. Chose qu'il faisait avant. Il fallait aller chercher la fleur ici et tout. Là, il me le demande pas. Non pas que ça me dérange, hein. Je sais qu'il y a un coffre pas loin aussi. On voit rien. On voit air. Bon, comme ça j'ai un peu de thunes en vrai. J'ai 600. Donc déjà j'ai un bon début. J'ai quand même continué de fouiller de l'autre côté du coup. On va plus rien dans cette zone une fois qu'on a un peu passé dans la journée. Ouf, j'ai fait appuyer sur E. C'est Rufus qui menace Virgile. Après, je pense qu'il faut quand même qu'on arrive à confronter le gars qui est arrivé pour attaquer. Ça, c'est évident. C'est plus un jeu d'enquête, Gundal. Je vais leur parler après à eux, parce que je pense que j'aurai pas le temps sinon.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Well,
oh, il est là, Rufus.
Isn't that an imp? Oh, you're here. And There's a light
C'est
in
une
your eyes
bitch,
I've never
Aurélien,
seen
ouais.
before. A certain learning.
En vrai,
and
je pense que j'ai le temps de parler à
sophistication.
Aurélia, puis à l'autre. En vrai, il y a peut-être moyen qu'on parle après.
How dare you? Get away from me, you pig. Oh, do it all.
Buvez de la ciguë. Elle fait une fixation sur le fait de boire de la ciguë. Donc je peux parler à lui. Et ça, c'est qui? Désis, ok.
Handsome. You stay away from my money.
You again.
Vote for Malleolus for a free
What
drink
about
at
it?
my tavern.
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. Of course I am. Malleolus. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. No idea what you're talking about? Yes, so what? What are you going to do about it? And why should I? The one true God says that for man to lie with another man is an abomination. His presence here is a threat to us all. Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when
Tiens, il s'en est pas rendu compte, c'est.
we're going to have a problem. There's only one true God. And he laid waste to Sodom and Gomorrah because of exactly this kind of thing. I am doing that. If I was about to get everyone else killed, I would want someone to stop me. I don't like where this is going. I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again.
Ouais, c'est ça, ouais.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Ici, j'ai déjà fait un. Ouais, deux endroits, je pourrais avoir de la thune, mais faut pas qu'on perde trop de temps. Il y a la vieille à qui on n'a pas parlé, ça on le sait. We know it. Ça fait pas de mal, un petit peu de thune. Ça se viser à droite puis à gauche, je sais pas quoi. C'est sûr, c'est ce truc-là. Là, je perds du temps à faire ça. Hein. Mais bon. Est-ce qu'on peut... Ok, donc là, on a réussi un truc comme ça, ok. Et là... Là, en vrai, on va avoir fait le tour de tous les endroits en ayant fait ici aussi. Ça, c'est cool. Attends, et quand je suis rentrée, il y avait gauche et droite. Hein. Ouais. Ah, mais gauche, mais non, même endroit. Ok. Attends. Attendez, c'est sorcellerie, hein. Excusez-moi, mais... Je suis à la droite. Ah, c'est pas le même endroit, ok. J'ai rien dit. Donc là, on est au-dessus, bam bam. Ce serait bien qu'on aille voir le mec vénère quand même avant de... Avant d'avoir le reset. Ce serait cool, mais bon. Oh, mais elle est là. Ah, mais oui, c'est les... Bien sûr, le poisson, c'est le signe des chrétiens. Véronique, je te vois. Il y a peut-être des trucs cachés ici. Il y a moyen, moyen. Là, tac, on arrive là. Ok, on arrive dans le... Ok. Et à droite, paf. Encore de la thune, ça fait pas de mal. Ce qui est bien, c'est que la thune réapparaît, donc on est gagnant. Par contre, c'est la nuit là, hein. Ça y est. Hein. Non, pas encore. Mais bientôt. Et là, c'est la seule zone qu'on n'a pas fouillée au final. C'est ici. À peu près, hein, dans les zones accessibles. Et ensuite, on doit aller voir le mec vénère. Si on se débrouille bien en termes de timing. C'est bon, c'est pas le même dessin qu'avant. Il me semble que c'était pas ça la première fois. But fair enough. Ok. Ok, ben on va affronter l'autre. Hein. Il est temps. Je peux peut-être retourner voir Virgile pour lui dire qui c'est qui lui casse les bonbons.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? I'm sure you'll figure something out. Please don't give up.
Bah c'est le coup des rhumatismes. Hein.
My vote isn't for sale. Nice to...
Par contre, l'autre, ce qu'il est en train de vendre, du coup... C'est ça, là. Là, il faut que je le prenne au moment où on va potentiellement mourir, ça. Ok? Sauvegarder. J'ai jamais fait de sauvegarde. Let's go. Il va y avoir le mec vénère.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the
donc ça, on va pouvoir le dire.
Quintius.
Il va pouvoir être attendu. Ça peut être pas mal, hein?
So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live.
Voilà, parler de l'assassin à Sentus.
Lie to me or otherwise
Let's go.
obstruct the Emperor's business in any way,
I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quintius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery.
Quintius, ça doit être celui qui est en dessous.
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quintius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra.
Donc faut absolument qu'on l'envoie quelque part où il soit pas chiant, quoi.
Cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it. Very well, here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome, like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Then you're of no use. Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ok. Donc là je pique ça. Hop. Vu que c'est gratuit, on en profite. Oui, je peux la prendre la fiole au moment du passage. Là je pourrais même essayer d'ouvrir la porte qui est pas ouvrable. Mais bon. Vu que c'est vivant, je pourrais. On va rester raisonnable. Deuxième boucle. Une deuxième boucle qualitative aussi, hein, l'air de rien. Ouh. Et du coup, on a le remettre pour 0. Et on a beaucoup d'argent. Donc on peut avoir les 10 000 balles pour libérer les gens de Maloré. Bon appétit, Anna. Voilà, excusez-moi. C'était si fort en plus.
Yulia. I'll go, but once I'm...
Ah, genre on l'envoie prendre le truc, mais c'est excellent. On peut vraiment aller vite comme ça. C'est génial. C'est du génie. C'est trop bien. What a game. Oh, ça c'est trop bien. Je peux parler à la vieille? Je pense que ce serait intéressant de lui parler quand même. Ah, trop bien. Stylé, hein. Stylé de ouf. Là, je reprends de l'argent. Je sais pas combien j'ai, mais... Je gère tout le vin de la cité. Mais vraiment... J'ai 1000. Mais mon but, c'est d'avoir 2000. Et vous inquiétez pas que je vais y arriver. Je donne tout. Oh, trop bien. Oh, c'était cool, ça a marché de voler le truc avant de partir. Du coup, on a commis 1000 balles, en fait. C'est énorme. Entendons-nous. C'est énorme. Ok, bon là on en vient, bam 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 bam. Il y a un autre coffre normalement, voilà. Hop, hop, hop. Ok. Il faut que je parle du mec vénère à Sisyphus, je pense qu'on peut lui tendre un piège. Obviously. Je suis m'occuper de ça, hop. Je suis à combien là? 1200, trop bien. Trop bien. J'ai encore plus en prenant le coffre en haut. Je vais quand même voir l'autre. Normalement il a des trucs à me raconter. Il est pas là. Reprenons les œufs, tiens. Oh, ça se trouve je peux les manger les œufs. Et ça fait un truc. Non. Je me suis dit peut-être. Les œufs d'or. La poule aux œufs d'or. Mais pas du tout. Les voilà désappointés. Trop bien. Ah, j'ai pas noté le timing encore. J'arrête d'oublier de noter le timing.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
Non, mais on est d'accord, gros, c'est trop bien.
You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what, I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Oh là là, Galerius le meilleur.
Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Ça c'est un bon pote, hein, Galerius. Mais vraiment. C'est bizarre, il m'a pas parlé de sa relation avec l'autre. Ah si, c'est là qu'il va me parler. Parfait.
Exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. Oh, of course. It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it? Anyway, I'm sorry to ask,
c'est le seul qui croit.
Is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor? Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the
Let's go.
rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. All right.
Allez, let's go. Ça me plaît bien. Faudrait que je sauve Lupus quand même aussi. Au passage. Et pour ça, il faut que j'ai 2000 balles. Donc faut absolument que j'aille choper l'autre thune. Mais ça se fait. Après si j'ai pas assez, j'ai pas assez. Fair enough. Ouh! Fallait sauter plus tôt. Let's go! C'est trop bien comme on apprend plein de trucs et tout. Comment on peut ensuite impacter la boucle suivante. C'est quali. Hein. C'est quali. Et comment on peut en arriver à faire ce genre de jeu? En modant un jeu qui n'a rien à voir quoi, c'est ouf. Oh, presque. En fait je pouvais pas regarder, c'est bizarre. C'était Tantale en bas d'ailleurs. Du visuel. La première fois que j'ai fait ça, je l'ai fait dès le début dans ma découverte. Parce qu'en fait j'étais allée parler à lui direct. J'ai mis 3 tries à l'avoir. Est-ce que ça va être la même chose? Faut qu'on aille sauver Lupius, hein, vraiment. Mais en même temps, il nous faut aussi l'argent. L'argent. Bien joué. 3 tries. Encore une fois. Marrant.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Aqueducts, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give
Je pense qu'on peut faire en sorte que Galerius soit au courant de ce qui se passe, quoi.
Give her the flower and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Aqueducts is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do? I suppose you're right. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Ouais, je m'en occupe après sauver Jean-Denis quand même. Ça me semble plus important. Entre nous. Faut que je dise à Sisyphus aussi qu'il y a un mec qui va attaquer. Sisyphus, je reviens. Sisyphus, on peut faire plus rapide. Ouais, mais là on a de l'argent. Sauf que Sisyphus, il a besoin de plus que ça. 1200, je vais avoir 200 de plus. Il faut plus d'argent que ça.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Wait. Un
Whatever
truc à me dire, elle? Ok.
We're finally... I must have entrusted you. Is that about right? Look, it's unfortunate. But now, I assume you've sought... You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 tables would
En fait, il me faut 2000 pour libérer les esclaves, Tiffany. C'est pour ça. Il faut que je fasse les choses dans le bon sens.
He has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living.
Sinon, j'ai tout gâché en fait. Je pense que je vais pas le faire dans cette boucle.
Were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass, the man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule.
Je pense que je vais aller un peu plus vite sur cette boucle-là et le faire à la prochaine.
So that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Of course. What? Yeah. What? An assassin? What are you talking about? Then what are you doing here talking to me? Why aren't you out there trying to stop him? You'd best go. Quickly.
Mais j'ai pas de quoi le stop.
Good.
C'est bien gentil, mais tu veux pas amener ton armée?
Don't mind me. I just live here.
Sérieux? J'hallucine.
Fear is proof
hey,
of a
Horatius,
degenerate mind.
how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
Attends, c'était où l'endroit pour...
How can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Sentilla's disappearance?
Blame everyone but yourself.
Oh, t'as quelque chose à voir avec la disparition de Sentilla? Oh, Jean-Denis, là, faut qu'on parle. Jean-Eudes.
As if I'll be afraid of you, little man. He's not here. Dunno. The little Capet murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but if you find him, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him. Whatever.
Je tente une escapade dans la citerne.
You're not thinking about going
Ouais,
into
je
the
sais, ouais.
cistern, are you? Without a weapon.
By the way, il y a vraiment une créature et en plus il y a un chargement de ses morts avant la créature. Donc c'est chiant. C'est moi qui dis. Je vais juste prendre la thune. Again. Non, en vrai il fait peur, je me casse. J'hésitais à l'aider, mais en vrai, trop pas. Trop pas. Au pire, je fais une save et j'essaye, ok? Parce qu'en vrai, ça se trouve, c'est une putain de solution, quoi. Vas-y, viens. Il sert à rien, en fait. Par contre, je viens de me rendre compte, là. C'est vrai, je vais pas pouvoir monter là. Laisse-moi passer. Sinon c'est mort. Ok, c'est bon. Oh, c'est où? Ah non, je crois qu'il était mort. J'étais en mode ça y est, il est mort. Parfait. Attends, j'ai récupéré des trucs du coup, hein. C'est cool, hein. En vrai, c'est good, hein. Là, pour le coup, je l'ai vraiment exploré la citerne. Ah, j'ai 4000 flèches du coup, en vrai. Flèches. Plouf dans l'eau. Ouais, compliqué, mais j'ai hésité à le faire. J'ai hésité. On est d'accord. J'ai prévenu l'autre. Hop, je dois aller voir Akitia. Qui doit être dans le coin. Il y a l'autre qui veut pas me dire ce qui s'est passé dans sa vie. Elle est là.
Isn't the great temple a new face? Are they? And may Vesta watch?
Non, mais je te connais.
Oh, how lovely.
Skip Alex.
It just
Ma
happens
foi.
to be my favorite too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort too, suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here,
Ça va à 36 ans.
waiting a few years.
Large.
Then tell him I love him too.
Ici.
I hope so. See you again.
Facile, hein. Vraiment. Je vais aller choper le truc en haut quand même. Pour... Hi. Je suis à quand même 1600. J'aurais pas 2000 sur ce run. Du coup, je vais finir le reste. L'avantage, c'est que je peux vraiment stacker énormément d'argent, quoi. Et ça peut être très très utile. Hop. En vrai, j'ai 2000. Fuck. J'ai 2000. Mais c'est un peu tard, je trouve, pour faire le truc avec Malorus, je sais pas quoi, là. Je vais garder les 2000. Et je vais end la boucle un peu plus tôt. Par contre, on va pas tarder, les gens. Je compte pas finir le jeu, là, d'une traite. J'aimerais faire une petite session de Chernobylite, comme je voulais faire hier. Et là, on est dans les temps, donc ce serait pas mal.
Salve. Salve again.
On aura fait une première étape quand même.
Now, what's on your mind? Thanks. What did she say? Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. All right, friend.
Je pense du coup je vais juste restart le cycle en volant le truc. Ce sera bien. Et ensuite on sauve les deux et on voit ce que ça fait. Et je pense que ce sera un bon premier point, quoi. Bon, empêcher le plus de suicider. Bon, obtenir un arc, fuck, j'ai pas, quoi. Je vérifie quand même, je vais mettre ça en actif pour voir. Ouais, non, il me dit rien. Ouais, d'accord. C'était juste pour être sûr. Hein. Ça, il me dit rien non plus. Bah, l'autre, c'est sûr que c'est en les dents. Et là, ça, c'est faire preuve de créativité. Je pense que ça va être bien. Du coup... Pour moi, le plus important, c'est d'essayer de faire les deux autres. Ce sera bien. Juste voir, on parle à Rufus, là, direct.
Name's Rufus. What up?
Welcome. That's...
Peut-être elle peut me parler, là. En vrai.
Sorry, was there some... If that's... I'm...
La relou. On l'appelle la relou dans le milieu. Donc je prends juste la potion, là.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
On s'est vu, c'était marqué suivez le magistrat. Je pense que le magistrat a des trucs aussi à... Avant ça, hein. Avant ça, c'était marqué suivez le magistrat. Parce que c'est pas forcément le gentil de l'histoire. Hein. Qui se ramène par contre. Ok, et là je vais sauver les deux gamins, là. Les deux esclaves. Je dis les gamins parce qu'ils ont l'air jeunes. Et on va voir ce que ça fait juste. C'est la seule chose que je veux.
Oh.
Si, attends.
Ah, but no.
Merde, il prend pas le truc.
All right.
Je pensais qu'il allait sauver à ma place, mais semblerait que non. Bah go. Et là j'ai 2000, on est d'accord? C'est pas là du tout. Ouais, j'ai 2000. Fair enough.
Greetings and salutations.
What? You hope that... A what? That you just saved up, and maybe she can tell us who put in the... That's...
Hop, je vais sauver l'autre. C'est le mec là. T'as 341. C'est bien nice, hein. Je peux noter la boucle 4. Ah. Ça va mal finir cette histoire. J'ai trop hâte qu'on ait moyen d'escalader et tout là, ça va être fou. Tout un délire. Moi là, je veux juste sauver l'autre. Ce sera déjà un truc cool. Je pense qu'on aura atteint un petit peu un point de tout ce qu'on peut faire comme ça dès le début. Alors il y a peut-être des trucs que j'ai loupés, mais ce que je veux dire, c'est que ce que j'avais envie de faire, quoi. C'est nice. Parce que bien sûr, on peut attendre par exemple la fille là, à l'endroit
Welcome to
où elle
life.
va prier, tout ça.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No,
J'ai
no,
les
no.
2000 balles, mec.
Oh, P.S., what are you
C'est le
doing?
moment.
That's the
What?
What?
Please, please, help him.
You... Well, you don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work
On va
for
enfin sa
you then.
tête.
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers. It seems today we're both blessed. This did not
Il va
turn
pouvoir
out
m'aider
how I
sur
thought.
comment Cynthia
Thank
s'est
you,
fait kidnapper ou quoi.
I never thought people like you existed.
Je pense.
Thank you.
Trop bien.
I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
On peut discuter peut-être?
Ah.
Je vais le suivre, je pense. Il va où là? Attends, je me demande où il va quand même.
Where have you been, you little stirkus? You shouldn't even be outside the villa.
None of that matters anymore. I'm paying off my debt. And
Je pense
Julius.
que
Our debt
la
bondage
fille elle est
is
juste là à
over.
l'intérieur du
Let me
truc.
see that.
Here. In fact, you take it to him. I don't ever want to see his face again.
Huh. You actually did it. I'll make sure he gets this. But you're still a pathetic little stirkus, free or not.
I don't care what you think. You don't have any power anymore.
Ça fait quoi d'être une merde? Ok. Attends.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't
N'empêche
for
qu'on a
lack
vu
of
l'or.
trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. I've just paid off our debts. We never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
This complete stranger just walked up and gave me the money to pay off our debts.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back. And we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius.
En vrai, c'est stylé, je les ai sauvés les deux. Hein. Et là, il faudrait qu'on puisse discuter un petit peu. Je vais pas dire, mais je vous ai sauvés. Il y a un moment, il faut qu'on discute.
Sure. Gladly. That's...
Ok, il y en a une qui part à gauche, il y en a un qui part à droite. Donc elle, c'est facile. Lui, je sais pas où il va. Mais elle, c'est facile de savoir où elle va. C'est GG ça, hein. C'est GG. Ça fait plaisir. Il va où là? Oh c'est bon, on peut lui parler.
Shalom.
Trop bien. Là on va apprendre forcément des trucs.
You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins?
Spo.
You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but I'm not sure I was anywhere near the Tiber when I fell. I'm sure it'll all make sense if we ever get out of here. I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere. I have unfinished business. Well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I guess you're looking for a pithy summary? You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is, what kind of a god sees a young woman abducted and does nothing about it? Not my god. That's for sure. Maybe you don't. I feel it in my bones. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did
Ah,
to
je
me.
vois, on en a un nouveau pour voter avec nous.
Scintilla and I were in love. And then, 22 days ago, she went missing. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. I knew at that moment the fates had brought me to her, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. They said she'd vanished in the night. All I
À mon
could
avis,
do was keep
son
my
père l'a
head down
caché.
and
Hein.
try to hide how beside
À
myself
mon avis,
I
il est
was.
pas.
I swear by the gods of Rome, I don't know what happened to her.
Ouais, j'ai
All
tenté,
I
j'ai
know is
tenté.
she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the Golden Rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head, crying out to me. That can only mean one thing. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl. But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked.
Mais non, mais
I've
c'est
never
ça
seen
même.
the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the Golden Rule. But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Really? I was sure he was hiding
C'est
something
cool que
in
ça
there.
prenne en compte qu'on y est
I
déjà
feel
allé.
like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places I've never been able to reach. First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose Centilla could have too. The only other place she could be is somewhere in the Cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper
Ah,
cistern
c'est tout
before
le
he
temps
was
le même
locked
délire.
up.
Hein.
So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Ah là là, on en revient au même truc. Hein. Il faudra aller voir la fille. On fait une petite pause, les gens. J'arrive. Donc. Allez voir l'autre.
Harvey.
Allez voir l'autre. Non, pas spécialement Anna, mais bon. Ma foi. Voilà. Ah oui, c'est l'endroit où on se fait tabasser. Genre là, quand je suis là, je prends des coups. C'est quand même bizarre. Et l'autre fille est partie par là en vrai. Est-ce que je peux éventuellement essayer de passer en mode... Non, j'ai pas le droit. Ok. Mince, je sais pas où est partie Lulia. Parce qu'elle est partie par là. Je vois pas où. Ah, peut-être par là du coup. C'est la seule solution. Elle est forcément dans le coin. Je pense que l'autre en a à dire que je l'ai libéré. J'allais voir. C'est vraiment une technique exceptionnelle pour aller chez lui. J'avais fait une sauvegarde, mais... Qu'est-ce qui se passe si on meurt? J'en ai aucune idée. Ah, ça va. Il y avait même plus le sol. Il y avait plus l'eau et tout. C'est flippant. Ok, là il s'en va, ok. L'autre elle est partie là-haut. J'essaie d'accélérer pour voir. Mais j'ai mis tellement de temps. Oh si. Mais c'est pas elle. Mais si c'est elle. Merveilleux.
Oh.
Vive le die.
It's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me. I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. Our priestess, Equitia, once told me it's the god's way of creating a city without sin. But if that's the case, then whichever god is responsible for it didn't think it through. I mean, all it really does is make bad people better at hiding their sins, and good people too frightened to stand up for themselves. I've seen Malleolus, Claudia, and Domitius make grown men cry. Romans. They don't cry easily. They've never physically hurt anyone. But the point is, they don't have to. They've got people running scared because everyone knows Malleolus is the favorite to win today's election. I doubt it. I mean, the election is today, and you've only just arrived. I just don't think there's enough time for you to do.
Faut arrêter de me dire ça, hein. Moi j'ai les super pouvoirs.
I suppose we will. All right.
Tu vas pas beaucoup amener Véronique là. Moi ça serait pas mal, hein, mais... Là ça devient compliqué, hein. Je pense que c'est ici la fameuse citerne supérieure. On pourrait pas juste escalader, en vrai? Genre le YOLO total. Aïe! Je suis pas morte, ça va. Pas failli, mais... J'essaie de voir s'il y a d'autres secrets. Hein. Je pense qu'on a fait le tour là pour le coup. I think so. Le mec armé, ok.
Hear what? What? Ugh.
Oh bah j'ai réussi à casser le jeu. Ah! Ah mais elle est allée dans le sanctuaire. Mais quelle bouffe. Elle est allée dans le sanctuaire. Mais du coup je peux monter dessus. Parce que vraiment c'était l'objectif. Faut vraiment se servir de ça pour pouvoir monter.
Oh, Fabian, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Ça se trouve c'était pour monter. Hein. Il y a moyen que ce soit voulu ça. Bon ça a l'air d'avoir du mal mais je pense qu'il y a quand même moyen. Bon là il n'y a rien. Je me retrouve quand même sur les toits. Coïncidence, je ne crois pas. Et en même temps là ça va rien m'amener parce que c'est trop. On a les tyroliennes, ok, mais... That's it. À mon avis, il y a quand même quelque chose à faire hein, en mode Assassin's Creed là. La question est en plus quoi? Sachant que mon perso, attention, hein. Il est pas surhumain. Loin de là. Peut-être ça a rien à voir. Peut-être ça amène à rien. Il y a moyen que ce soit rien du tout. Oh non! J'ai chu. C'est quand même bizarre que ça se casse et qu'on puisse monter. Vous êtes d'accord avec ça? J'ose espérer. Oh, pourquoi elle est allée dans le... Vraiment, Fabia, t'es nulle. Ah, c'est Virgile qui fait l'arc.
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
I hear we...
Donc c'est lui qui pourrait me faire un arc. Intéressant. J'aurais fait juste un truc. Ça aurait été fou qu'il y ait un arc là que je l'ai pas vu. J'ai vérifié si ces outils étaient éventuellement utilisables. Pourquoi ça semble étrange? Une note. C'est pas par un qu'on peut monter. Il y a forcément quelque chose. Putain, mais j'arrive pas à... Hein? C'est dramatique, hein? Mais tout à l'heure ça montait tout seul. Du coup je commence à douter de mon idée. Faut qu'on se dépêche quand même. Moi je serais plus d'avis de confronter le gars qui a rendu en esclavage les deux autres là. And that's it. Je pense qu'il faut que le mec y rentre et pas je tire une flèche. Y a moyen ça. Hein. Parce que là ça nous apporte rien. Tu vas absolument pas m'aider. Fais pas genre. On se trouve depuis tout à l'heure ça m'indique des trucs. Je vais confronter Maléo machin truc. Ce sera un bon point. That's it.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Du coup, le mec qu'on a sauvé, ça se trouve, il voulait buter quelqu'un. Il y a moyen. Il y a grave moyen. Bon, faut qu'on fasse notre saut et que ça se passe bien. Enfin, save, hein. Parce qu'on dirait qu'il n'y a plus la... Il n'y a plus la surface, on dirait. C'est possible, ça? Wow, on dirait qu'il n'y a plus la surface. Genre... Ah, mais parce que c'est quand il suicide que ça fait un trou. C'est ça le truc. Non, désolé. Ah! En fait, ça fait un trou que quand il se suicide. Ceci explique cela. Du coup, il avait pas de trou parce que le mec s'est pas suicidé. Oh, quel dommage. Oh, évitons le drame du coup.
Lovely. Ah.
En vrai, elle, je pourrais la suivre. By the way. I could. Là, pour aller dans la maison de Brandon, c'est une autre histoire. Hein. On y croit, on y croit. C'est pas vraiment la même chose. Ouais, mais du coup, c'est fermé. Ça nous met dedans. C'était plutôt plaisant de m'introduire dans sa maison. Pas se mentir. Est-ce que j'ai sa clé? Et j'ai pas sa clé? Si, j'ai sa clé. Ça va. Il n'y a plus qu'à descendre du coup. J'ai la clé de chez lui. Donc, ils ok. On propose pas la tyrolienne, hein, je note. La tyrolienne m'est interdite. Ok. On fait comme ça. Let's go, let's go. Je vais les confronter, ce sera mon dernier truc. Ce sera pas mal.
Be careful who you trust.
Are they?
Ah, the murder.
Thank you. Thank you.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want? I trust...
Oh, c'est tout, il me propose rien d'autre. C'est chaud.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? Finally, this is outrageous.
C'est pas marrant ces gens. Bah écoutez, par contre je peux prendre 2000 balles et me casser.
The many shall suffer the sins of the one.
On n'aura plus jamais de problème d'argent. Attendez, attendez, c'est pas fini. Ah, il dit à Malleolus qu'il avait tort. Ça, c'est stylé. Aïe. Alors là, tu plus le truc. En vrai, je me mets bien comme ça pour la prochaine session. Ok? Si j'y arrive, hein. Je strafe, je strafe. Et là, je me retrouve avec 2000 balles plus l'objet pour soigner les autres. C'est bien ça. Alors moi, je pense que c'est pas une mauvaise chose. Hop. Lançons la petite thune. Donc ça, déjà, la question se pose pas. Et là, tu manges un feu, tu meurs, c'est ça. Hop. Et on se retrouve à avoir 3000 balles. Parfait. That was nice.
Salve. Oh. You? But how did you... All right, of course. I'll go.
Oh, trop bien, il a pris la thune, il résout tout le problème d'un coup, là. Oh, truc de ouf, on fait une save ici, c'est parfait. C'est-à-dire que là, le problème d'Ulpius et Lulia, bam, c'est réglé d'emblée. On lui file 2000 balles, bam 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 bam. Encore faut-il savoir la suite, quoi. Mais that was nice. Oh, quelle session. Trop bien. Trop bien. Parfait.